May we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Lloyd,
Present.
Commissioner Winfrey,
Here.
Commissioner Ellenberg, Commissioner Ellenberg, Commissioner Brown,
Here.
Commissioner Avery,
Here.
Commissioner Shoemaker, Commissioner Kuzma, Commissioner Wayhill,
Here.
Commissioner Davis.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there, well, can we have approval of the minutes?
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any question and discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Is there any public comment to the committee? Public comment to the committee? Last call for public comment. Public comments are closed. Communications. We have a 2023 Consolidated Annual Performance Evaluation Report from Mr. Bradshaw. Is he here today?
Yes.
Oh, there you are. Good morning, Commissioner Cousineau.
Good morning.
How are you?
Tired. Weather and campaigning get to me.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Normally when I come up here and we talk about our consolidated annual action plan, I always talk about all the successes and things we do. I just wanted to recognize the staff person today, if that's okay. Anthony Kelly's been with us for what, 3 years now?
Yes. 3 years.
So that's who, behind the scenes is making everything happen. So, and I think sometimes we, focus on the numbers a lot, and really it's just about the staff. So I'm just gonna keep it brief today on that. That's all I
Thank
have.
you. Thank you, Anthony. Thank you, Derek. Okay, any old business?
Madam Chair, we also have Erin Stone. Yes, I just wasn't sure on the last, from
Oh.
Allied Challenge.
Okay.
She's got a presentation for the ask that they have later on the agenda.
Okay.
Yep. Yep, now's the time.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be back here, second year in a row, after welcoming my little baby girl last year, so thank you for the kind remarks. Once again, the Allied Challenge presented by McLaren is applying for a tourism tax accommodation grant funding to help support the tournament. We want to thank you for your generosity last year. I'll share a little bit of the grant proposal and maybe just a few real quick new things as we enter into our 7th year, just in the effort of sharing some of the things going on. As most of you probably know, this is a PGA Tour Champions event. This is recognized as one of the top events across the United States on the PGA Tour Champions Tour, of which there are 26 in the United States and Canada. We'll play this year, August 19th through the 24th, once again at Warwick Hills Golf and Country Club. 78 players, $2.2 million purse, welcoming close to 50,000 people over the course of the week. Cumulatively, we raised $7.3 million over the last 6 years, last year announcing a total of almost $1.2 million that was granted out in charity funds to our local Genesee County community and some Southeast Michigan charities. We do really focus on making sure our events are inclusive, whether you're a golf fan or not. We kick off the week with a McLaren Adaptive Clinic. Kids all week are free, 17 and under, making sure there are no barriers to entry for youth in our community. And a number of events highlight the week in addition to the pro golf, including a Women of Influence luncheon. We do a complimentary chamber happy hour for the 4 chambers that we're part of. As well as Pro-Am days, a free family fun night, and then, of course, our 2 big concerts, which this year will be Smash Mouth on Friday and Thomas Rhett on Saturday. Once again, attendance is brought in across the state. The green shading in the presentation block shows you some of the counties that we are driving tourism traffic in from, all the way up to the UP and down to our neighbors here in our bordering states, but definitely a driver to Genesee County bringing tourism traffic to our region. A brief hit on some of our charity partners and where the funds go. Ultimately, the Ally Challenge is a 501c3 nonprofit organization. So our mission, of course, is to fund the charity dollars. Last year, we were able to make our largest grant contribution ever to United Way, who then grants it out to organizations within Genesee County who are fitting the missions that are identified in the 4 right bullets there on the left. But in addition to those organizations, we also open up our doors to any nonprofit who wants to apply for our matching grant funds. We do, last year we did 23 organizations that played in our Birdies for Charity, Ally Charity Chip-In, or Tickets for Charity program, where those nonprofits have a chance to earn some funds through the tournament as well, matching grant dollars. In total, 51 organizations last year received funding from the Ally Challenge and the money that we're able to bring into the community. That was just a quick hit. Last year, we did a work day at Habitat for Humanity and announced last year's charity giving number, which was, as I mentioned, nearly $1.2 million just for 2023. Tourism is obviously the name of the game and the name of this grant. So just to show and share with you some of what we do from a heads and beds room tax night, this is where it comes down, the rubber meets the road. We are putting room blocks, significant room blocks across Genesee County in the hotels, both on the Holly corridor and in the South Flint area. We're housing tournament players, executives, employees of our company based out of Columbus, Ohio, vendors that are supporting the tournament, of course, sponsors, and then fans and guests. We partner with the Flint and Genesee Group and the CVB there, the Explore Flint and Genesee Group, arm of the Flint and Genesee Group, and they help us derive our numbers to give us the data that supports this grant. And they have provided us these charts again this year showing how long people are staying at the destination, trips by volume, and nights in the market for our corresponding weeks. They do this through a third party called Arrivalist, which is a data-driven company that serves as a pixel on phones for people coming into our county. That's how they collect the data. Where do our visitors come from? This shows you a little bit of a map. Not sure why the Texas anomaly, but it is what it is right there coming out of Texas. But predominantly Midwest traffic we're driving, and then some Florida. And that could very well be the player traffic that we're driving up. A lot of those players reside in Florida. And of course, those players are staying in hotels for the 7-week duration in our region as they come here to compete. Average nights and destination, points of interest. You can see Warwick Hills. Basically, we create a geofence around Warwick Hills, and that's how we derive the data through Arrivalist. And the geofence helps serve some of these data points that you see in the presentation. 28% up year over year this last year, which shows the continued trend of increased attendance. And then just giving you a little bit of historic perspective, this is the 21 and 22 data. Pretty consistently, we are driving over 3,000 room nights through this tournament, and what the impact we're making to the hotels, and that, again, that tax, heads and beds tax and accommodation tax. We are requesting $50,000, the same request as last year. Thank you for your funding last year. We do know the drone show was a hit, but we were like 5 minutes delayed in getting that show in the air. So there was definitely part of the purpose of that drone show is to help us with the traffic easement as we exit 15,000 people out of the driving range onto Saginaw Road. We know we needed to trigger that a little earlier than we did last year, so that's one of the improvements. We actually hired a new drone company, and we'll be doing a better job to connect the dots. And like all things, you have to train the fans when they come to expect it. That second year, I think there'll be much more hype and anticipation in the fan base looking for that drone show once again this year. And I think this new company we've hired will help trigger it faster after Thomas Rhett concludes, so it will serve a little bit more of that purpose of traffic easement flow and, of course, the entertainment it provides. Anecdotally, Michigan Meetings and Events Magazine, which is published across our great state, just highlighted drone shows as one of the new trending components to major events. And I'm sure you all saw down at the old train station in downtown Detroit and Corktown, the Lions did that free public concert and had the drone show in the air. I'd like to think we're a little ahead of the trend. They're all hitting it, and we were out of the gate earlier than those. But it is definitely something that you see trending across major level events. And again, a point of pride for our community to be able to provide something that's something the Detroit Lions are doing. Well, we're doing it right here in Flint, Michigan too. So I think that's something we can be proud of. Just anecdotally, as we think about the county and the tickets, we signed a new partner in Kroger this year who's coming on as a major corporate partner who is giving their 1,000 tickets out in free contributions to the community at their Kroger Flushing store and their Kroger Davison store, and then downtown Flint during Back to the Bricks in partnership with a food drive to fight their Zero Hunger, Zero Waste initiative. They'll be giving out, anyone who donates a $10 food contribution will get a free ticket to the tournament. So again, a great way that we're putting more tickets in more hands, serving another nonprofit in our community that does such good work. Those kinds of stories abound as we create new partnerships each year and sign new sponsors. And it's just yet another way that this tournament has tentacles in this community that is far greater reaching than just hosting a golf tournament. So a lot of good community partnerships this year as we continue to elevate that part of our business. And we look forward to any questions and welcome any thoughts from the group.
Thank you, Erin. Are there any questions? Questions for Erin?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Erin. Okay, so that was, now we have a resolution, 2024, under new business, 639, and that's approval of a request by the Ally Challenge to use $50,000 of accommodation tax funding for the August 2024 tournament.
Move it.
Support.
All those, any question and discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Resolution 2024-684, approval of a modification to an agreement between Genesee County and ERG Environmental Services in the amount of $75,000 to allow for an additional household hazardous waste collection day. The cost of this modification will be paid from the account listed.
Move it.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Is there a question and discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Resolution 2024-691, approval of a modification of a contract between Genesee County and Genesee Township in the amount of $2,438.35 to allow for a change in project.
So move. Support.
Any question and discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Resolution 2024-700, approval of a modification of an agreement between Genesee County and Shelter of Flint to provide for the refinancing of a home funding loan.
Move it.
Support.
Question and discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. And finally, Resolution 2024-703, approval of a request by Genesee County's Metropolitan Planning Commission to recapture unspent community development program funds to be made available for future projects. A budget amendment is attached.
Move it.
It's been moved and supported. Question and discussion?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Wahill.
I wonder if Derek or his staff might come and just share what this is about.
Yes, thank you. Through you to, through the chair. These are really just cleanups. I know the intent is to spend every dollar of all your federal funds. So Mount Morris Township, I think they had $5 left that they couldn't spend, so we're just transferring that. And then the city of Grand Blanc, it was like $777 we're gonna transfer. And then that, a little bit of money we're gonna put into our home improvement program, just to kind of get that allocated to something.
Can we get that to the 8th district somehow?
We'd love to do more home improvement projects in the 8th.
Okay. We could use the $5 and the $700. All right, thank you, Derek. Can I just say, Madam Chair, he recognized Anthony Kelly earlier. And Anthony, are you still here? Yeah. So the staff can't be complimented enough, I think, at the county. And Anthony has represented this county at several housing summits that Mott College has run that I've helped to coordinate in my other life in the community. And Anthony has been fantastic. And Derek has too, but Anthony's been a presenter and a workshop leader and a speaker for us and just knows his stuff. So thank you, Anthony, for all your work. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Ellenberg.
Yes, I know at the allocations meeting, there was some funding left over for Davison Township. Was that taken care of, and are they working?
It's taken care of.
Okay.
So, like any program, there's always a few hiccups. We try and iron those out so that it all works out. But I think that's all worked out right now.
Okay, all right, just want to make sure. All right, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bradshaw. And again, thank you, Anthony, for all the hard work that you've been doing and have done. Other business? All right, this meeting is adjourned at 9:01.
Finance Committee to order at 9:05, whatever time it is. 9:02, thank you. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Lloyd?
Present.
Commissioner Winfrey?
Here.
Commissioner Ellenberg?
Here.
Commissioner Brown?
Here?
Commissioner Avery?
Here.
Commissioner Shoemaker?
Present.
Commissioner Kuznow?
Here.
Commissioner Wayhill?
Here.
Commissioner Davis?
Here.
Approval of the minutes of June 5th, 2024. Is there any comments or questions? Seeing and hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. We now take time for public comment to the committee. Is there anybody from the public that wishes to make a comment to the committee at this point in time? Is there anybody that wishes to make a comment? Third time. Is there anybody willing to or wanting to take a time for public? I'm struggling, I'm sorry. At any rate, public comment to the committee. Public comment is now closed. Communications. We have a preliminary expense budget report that the CFO just handed out. Crystal, do you care to step up to the podium?
Good morning.
Morning.
Come on.
Everybody's
Morning.
favorite topic, budget. Each of you should have a copy of the preliminary expenses for fiscal year 2025. The numbers that we're going to go through are based on department requests for 2025. And I'll say a couple times throughout this, we're still meeting with departments. We're still looking at additional ways to cut some costs. So these are not by any means the final numbers that will come for your approval in August. On the first slide, you'll see this is our general fund expenditures in total. The 2024 amended budget is on the left-hand side, and that was about $158.6 million. And on the right-hand side, this is the department request for next fiscal year, and that's $141.5 million. That's a decrease of just over $17 million. As you can see on the right-hand side, that blue piece of the pie, 55% of our total expenses are related to personnel. Since ARPA tends to skew things, I think it's good to look at numbers without ARPA. So this chart is the same information, it's just the ARPA money has been pulled out of those numbers. So this decreases the 2024 amended budget to $126.2 million. and the 2025 number is down to 121.3. So that's a decrease of 4.9 million. As you know, for 2024, we had that budgeted transfer out for capital projects of 8.5 million. So that was not in the 2025 number. And then that was offset by increase in other costs that we'll go through on some subsequent slides here. Without ARPA, our total personnel costs are 63% of our total general fund budget. These next 3 slides, they show by department. You can see the amended budget 2024 numbers, what the department's requesting for 2025, the total change for that department, and then the non-personnel change. And the reason I show that is we only allow them to include positions that you've approved for them to have in their department. So we don't look hard at that number until we get to a point we have to. We tend to look at that non-personnel cost to see if there's any room for cuts there prior to looking at non-personnel. You can see courts increased about $882,000 in total. Part of that is, though, they took over the legal division of the clerk's office, so their numbers did go up from previous years. Building and grounds here, I forgot to update to the new facilities and operations. They're up just over $1 million. I know it's no surprise. We have capital needs that we've been talking about. We did build in some extra costs there. And we'll be meeting later this week to talk about additional steps to look at bonding for some of those improvements. And then the administration line also increased. Some items that were previously housed in the human resources budget were moved to the administration budget. Those primarily related to training, as well as the DEI commission expenses as well. And then these next 2 charts can be helpful to look at our expenses by function. So what departments are we spending the largest piece of our pie on? We spend about 25% of our costs on what's called administration of justice. This includes courts costs as well as the prosecutor's office. 20% of our budget for law enforcement and community protection. So this would include the sheriff's office and then any grant matches that we have for that office as well. And then 17% we pay out for what's called appropriations. This includes bond payments that we have to make out of our bond fund, retiree health care contributions that we have to make, additional required pension contributions that's communicated to us by the actuary, and then our drains at large payment for those projects. For 2025, that's about $600,000. So this leaves about 38% of our total budget to do everything else that we do here at the county. And this chart includes ARPA. So again, we're going to go to the next slide. If we take ARPA out, you can see then we spend about 28% of our budget on administration of justice, about 24% on law enforcement, 19% on those appropriation costs, and this lowers our percentage for all other services to 29% of our total budget. So where we are right now in the budget process, this is our current shortfall, about $2.4 million. Again, this is based on what the department has requested from us, not necessarily what they will be approved to have. So just a note here, because I know there's been confusion out in the community about are we adopting a balanced budget. Under Public Act 2, you can have your revenues less than your expenses as long as you have available fund balance. And our general fund absolutely has enough fund balance to cover that. What we don't like to do is dip into fund balance for operations. Similar to your bills at home, you wouldn't be wanting to pull from your savings account to pay your monthly bills because at some point your savings account would be gone. But if you have a repair that comes up that's not your normal cost for that month, you could pull it from savings to help fund it. So same thing here with our fund balance. We don't like to continue to dip into fund balance for operations, but if we have those one-time non-recurring costs that we want to fund, that's typically when we would dip into fund balance. We also have a policy, a board-adopted policy, to maintain 15% of unassigned fund balance as a percentage of our operational costs as well as our transfers out. So when we go through the budget process, we try to make sure we're going to stay within that policy. And again, we're continuing to work on this. We have budget hearings still yet this afternoon. And then we'll see where we're at after that and continue to work on it until we get to the August timeframe to have you adopt the budget for next fiscal year. So again, fiscal services is continuing to review those budgets. Meetings are being held with each department, which will wrap up this afternoon. We will bring your proposed budget to the meeting on August 14th, and then we will hopefully adopt the final budget at the board meeting on August 21st. Are there any questions?
Commissioner Lloyd, please.
First and foremost, good morning, Crystal, and excellent job to you and your team on providing this information. Appreciate the support that you provided in terms of the budget hearings that we had previously. There's some information I know that I and others specifically requested that you forwarded to us. A great presentation of that information as well, so much appreciation to you. Curious on the page that has the general fund expenditures, I think that's like the first presentation page, where it details the, the basic after department request. And I'm just curious, I know we'll have a discussion about, closed session about contract negotiations later, but I'm just curious in terms of the blue part of the pie, salaries and fringes. It's an increase, right, of like 7%. Is that increase due to current contract wage and fringe increases, or have you maybe accounted for something for the future as a part of that?
At this point, this only includes people that are on a pay scale. So if they're going to the next step on the pay scale, it would include that increase. So it would increase their salaries, but also the fringes that are based on a percent of wages.
Okay, and I won't go too deep into this questioning. So when we look at the, at the end where it's $2 million, the current shortfall, and obviously balanced budget as you communicated, because we have it in terms of fund balance. When we look at the finances going forward for anything that we do in contract, to me, this looks like there isn't a lot of additional funding, if you will, because right now we're going to be spending $2 million more than we currently are expected to take in. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're, like I said, we're still looking at this and working on it. Some of the revenue that we get from the state is not finalized yet, so that could potentially be higher or lower. So we're waiting on that to be posted so we can look at that as well. But yes, once we get to the point where you're making decisions on future costs, we'll have to take a look at that to see, what kind of things we could additionally cut to allow for that increase in the personnel costs.
Then, thank you. And then the other thing, I guess, to you, Mr. Chair, is in terms of once we get to the finalized piece of the budget, how will we go about, like, particularly because I have some questions and concern about our office specific. At what point do we need to talk about what that looks like in terms of if there's something that has an impact on the budget?
Well, the exact timing, Commissioner Lloyd, I don't know. Right now, during the budget hearings, we're just listening to everybody, and, I don't like using the word, but their wish list, but, because they're very conservative, our staff is, but we've not gotten into any details of how to maybe adjust some of that one way or the other, but how we're going to go about that exactly, I don't know. I'll be talking to Crystal and Josh here about a timing, maybe a workshop. I don't know. I haven't thought past that point at this point in time, but we definitely will have to do some of that before we adopt the final budget. That's part of the budget process at this point in time. The exact timing, I'll keep you posted on that.
Thank you.
But that will occur, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. And just to be clear, it's not a negative concern. It's just a couple things, a couple ideas I'd like to put on the table for us to consider as we finalize the budget going
Oh,
forward.
yeah, as
Thank
we
you.
go forward, everybody's going to have that chance to do that,
All right,
yes.
thank you.
Yeah. Is there anybody else at this point in time? Yeah, I want to thank Crystal and really our whole staff, and co-electeds and et cetera, as we go through this budget hearing. I know that They're all aware that we're on a short revenue budget, and they're all being very courteous, and I know there's going to be a lot of discussion moving forward after today with Crystal and the rest of the staff to work on the budget, make adjustments as needed. Is there anybody else? Seeing none, thank you, Crystal. Do we need to, we don't need to take any action on that, right? Okay, there isn't any old business, new business. Resolution 24-585, approval of a purchase order to Dell Incorporated for the fiscal year ending 2024 in amount not to exceed $61,500 to provide for the purchase of computing equipment. The cost of this purchase order is budgeted.
So move.
Support.
Any comments or questions? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Resolution 24-598, approval of request to create, post, and fill one civil engineer position at Genesee County's Drain Commission.
Move approval.
Is there any comments or questions?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I'd like to have someone from the Drain Commission come up and just talk a little bit about the need for this civil engineer position.
He's on his way up.
Morning.
Morning.
We've requested a civil engineering position because over the last 3 years, we've seen a relatively sharp increase in the number of site plan reviews that we're having to do. We've went from 10 to 15 per month to 20 to 30 per month. In addition to those demands on our time, we have much more oversight and complications with Eagle on the wetlands and stream mitigation issues with all of our drainage projects. So it's putting a real drain on the staff in terms of the amount of work that we have coming into the office. So we're requesting another civil engineer. The other part of the equation is that 3 of our top engineers are at or within retirement age. So that leaves us with 1 engineer with about 3 years of experience. So we have a chance of losing a lot of invested time in these people, and we could use another engineer to start training. So those are the overall issues that we're asking for.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Shoemaker.
Thank you for being here to answer the questions. Through the chair, funding for this additional engineer, do you have the funds that are going to be paid for from the building permits, or how do you think you'll pay for this?
This would come out of the general fund.
Is it something that'll fit into your budget? Is it something that will fit into your budget, or is it going to strain your budget and put you back?
It's about a $100,000 increase to our budget.
Do you have the funds available?
We met with Crystal last week and looked at the budget, so I'm not sure if the funds are available in the budget. She's looking at that.
Sorry.
Please come on up.
It was explained to me that we couldn't put it in the budget until it was approved by the board. So it's currently not in our budget. We are looking for a budget appropriation.
Mr. Chair, can I have Crystal come up real quick?
Yeah, I was going to recommend we have Crystal. We did talk about this last week in their budget hearing, but Crystal, come on up and explain, please.
So any personnel included in a budget for the next fiscal year has to be already approved by the board. So we pull a report out of payroll, we include anybody that's currently filled, and then any positions that HR has to post that they know has been approved by the board. If the departments want to add anything, they have to come to you and request us to add that. So if you approve this today, $103,000 will be added to the budget for fiscal year '25. Will be added to the numbers that we just talked about earlier.
And that's going to come out of our general fund
Correct.
budget.
Yes. I think they did have enough savings for fiscal year '24 to cover it, so they wouldn't need an amendment for this fiscal year, but it would increase the cost for next fiscal year.
Thank you. Sure. Thank you all.
Yeah.
Are you through, Mr. Shoemaker? You're done?
Yes, thank you. Sorry.
Is there anybody else? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Resolution 24-599, approval of a request to create, post, and fill one light equipment operator position and one labor position with backfill of any vacancy created by filling of the light equipment operator position. Said position to be funded from account number as follows, with no general fund appropriation necessary.
So move.
Support.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Resolution 24-616, approval of a proposed amendment to the 23-24 appropriations resolution reallocating expenditures within the community corrections budget.
Move it.
Support.
Is there any comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Resolution 24-620, approval of a request by Genesee County's Community Corrections to travel to the National Association of Pretrial Service Agencies Conference in New Orleans. Dates of travel are September 8th through 11th, 24. Total cost of travel for 6 staff members not to exceed $17,500. Cost is fully grant funded.
Support.
Is there any comments or questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Resolution 24-627, approval of a 5-year agreement of service between Genesee County and Ring Central to provide voice telephone services.
Move approval.
Support.
Is there any comments or questions?
Mr. Chair, this is kind of a big deal. Maybe Mike Dewisha can come up and give you some info.
Morning, thank you. We've been working on this project for about 2 years. The county has, like many large organizations, decades of legacy technology and agreements with various vendors. In this case, our phone company, our harbor supplier, and there's some suspicion that we've been paying for things that we don't use, we don't know. It's unmanageable, several dozen of invoices to various entities that are hard to reconcile. It's very difficult and unmanageable. At the same time, technology has advanced so much that it has made it very easy to more or less wipe the slate clean and move to a new type of technology, in this case, cloud services for telephone. So Ring Central is the one we chose. We went through an RP process with a committee, cross-section of employees here. And this service not only provides us voice, which is what we're replacing and where the cost savings comes from, but also other various related services, video, chat, SMS, text messaging, and gives the ability to not only use it in a traditional way like you would with a handset, but also through your computer or through your cell phone and anywhere you are. So as we had work from home show up a couple years ago, it resolves the problem about, well, what do you do for a phone? Because now when you're at home or you're at Starbucks, you can use your cell phone as if you're at the office. So it solves a lot of those problems, and my favorite is that it's so much simpler to administer. Where we have today a full-time person managing our existing phone system with lots of big iron in the basement and lots of stuff to go wrong and break and having people come in and fix and all that stuff, we're gonna wipe the slate clean, it's gone. And that's some of the savings we haven't even accounted for. That administrative overhead reduction is gone. Plus the general cost to the vendor, which is where the estimate that I gave you comes from. We're gonna save some money. Thanks for that, and that's it.
Yeah, thank you, Mike. I know you're always working hard at keeping the county updated and with technology, and I appreciate that. Does anybody else have a comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, in effect, this new Ring Central contract will improve efficiency, I hear you saying?
It will.
And what will it do in terms of effectiveness? I think I heard you say that it would help lighten the administrative burden.
It will.
Will it eliminate one position?
No.
Okay.
I'd like to say that. The general rule about IT, that there's always more demand than need. So as we reduce load on one side, we now get to take up load that's always been waiting for us to do on the other side. The best I can say is it'll reduce my opportunity to come here and say, and beg you for more people. I'd like not to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any other comments or questions? Thanks, Mike. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Resolution 24-638, approval to create, post, and fill one full-time, fully granted, funded physical analyst, 2 position be paid from the account as followed, and related fringe accounts to eliminate a financial analyst position.
Move it.
Did we have support? I didn't hear it. Okay. Any comments or questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Resolution 24-650, forwarding to receive and file a copy of the paid county bills for the weeks ending 5/6/24, 5/2/24, 6/2/24, 6/9/24, 6/16/24, in the total amount of $45,665,221.64.
Move it.
Support.
Is there any comments or questions? Seeing and hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes. Resolution 24-681, approval of a request by Genesee County's treasurer to travel to the Michigan Association of County Treasurers Summer Conference in Thompsonville, Michigan. The dates of travel are from August 25 to the 28th of 24. The total cost of travel for these staff members not to exceed $3,000. This is a budgeted expense.
Support.
Is there any comments or questions? Seeing and hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Resolution 24-707, approval of fiscal year ending 2025 Child Care Fund Annual Plan and Budget.
Yep, number 10.
Can we, well, let's continue with this one, okay? And then go back, is that all right?
Number 10?
We're doing 707, I'll go back to the other one, is that
okay.
all right?
So moved.
Support.
Any questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes. Resolution 24-706, approval of request to create, post, and fill 2 new senior assistant public defender positions that will replace 2 vacant trial specialist positions. These positions are fully grant funded.
So moved.
Is there any questions or comments? Seeing and hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes. Resolution 24-710, approval of a proposed budget amendment to the 23-24 appropriations resolution for various line items as described in the attached budget amendment request.
Support.
Is there any comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes. Other business, did I miss anything?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. We now adjourn at 9:29.
Good morning. Genesee County's Governmental Operations Committee is called to order at 9:30. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Lloyd? Commissioner Winfrey?
Here.
Commissioner Ellenberg?
Here.
Commissioner Brown?
Here.
Commissioner Avery?
Here.
Commissioner Shoemaker?
Present.
Commissioner Kuzma?
Here.
Commissioner Wayhill?
I'm here.
Commissioner Davis?
Here.
All right, we have a quorum. Approval of the minutes from June 5th, 2024.
So moved.
Support. Okay.
We have a motion and support. Is there discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is carried. Do we have any public comment to the committee? Any public comment to government operations? One last time. All right, public comment is closed. It appears we have no communications, or we do have old business. Resolution -2024-548, approval of a request to update the 2024 committee meeting schedule. Is there a motion?
Moved with a question.
Support.
Moved and supported. Is there discussion?
Yes, I didn't get a chance. I was having a hard time pulling up the agenda. So I know I had a problem on the first Wednesday. Was that changed around?
So at the last board meeting, the discussion was around the DEI Commission. The DEI Commission met and said they were flexible in their times. There are a couple of these meetings that would be the first Wednesday. They are, I believe, October, and December would also be a first Wednesday.
Okay, all
So
right.
it'd be those two.
Is there additional discussion? Commissioner Ellenberg?
No, it's just that I sit on a board that it's, a lot of times we have a hard time getting a quorum, and without me being there, that could be a problem. So I guess, okay, that's all I need to say.
All right. Do we have additional discussion? Commissioner Kuzno?
As I've stated before, I know this different meeting schedule accommodates other members of the board and their work schedule. However, it does interfere with mine, and I will be missing some of the future meetings, and I will be voting no.
Do we have additional discussion?
Well, I just have one more statement.
Commissioner Ellenberg,
It's
yep.
not really, all the people that we have here and the staff that's here, that would mean that they would be here at a nighttime meeting too. So making their day, not just an 8-hour day, but more into either leaving, coming back. It's kind of an inconvenience to our people that work with us and make things happen. So, thank you.
We have additional discussion. Commissioner Kuzno?
I wasn't going to say anything more, but, concerning the staff, as a business owner, you keep your employees happy to run a successful business. And I think that this is putting a burden on the employees, and I highly advise that you don't do it. However, I know it will probably pass, and I just rest my statement.
Do we have additional discussion? Commissioner Shoemaker?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of things were said I just wanted to follow up on real quick here. One, with the staff, when we discussed this before, Mr. Freeman and I have had several conversations about this, because from my first time down here, I thought meetings should be at nighttime when residents can make it. One, we can flex schedule our staff, and if people don't know what that means, they can come in later on the days they have to be here later to accommodate this. Most of them are salary that are coming to these meetings anyway, so I don't think there's a big effect there. And to Commissioner Kuzno's statement, he has customers. As somebody whose family's been in business for about 80 years in this community, and I deal with customers all the time, my job is to make the customer happy. In our case, the customer is actually the resident. In my opinion, in my district, most of the people, when I talk to them about this, would like to see night meetings because they have jobs and they would like to be able to come in the evening if they do choose to come, if they choose to. Now, Commissioner Kuzno said something last time that most people aren't coming anyways, which is true. A lot of them don't unless it's an issue dear to them. But instead of them having to take off work, this makes us more customer or resident facing. And I believe it's the right thing to do. you know, I know it's tough for Commissioner Kuzno, and I'm sorry about that, but I think for our residents, it's the right thing to do. And I think Mr. Freeman, I think if we work with our staff correctly, we can create that flex schedule to make sure we don't have any problems. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Do we have additional discussion? Commissioner Brown?
Mr. Chair, I'm somewhat flexible. I knew when I got into this what the meeting schedule was and whether or not I'd be able to, you know, attend meetings. And I'm flexible with it. I agree with Commissioner Kuzino's point about staff and, you know, accommodating and being respectful to their schedules. But at the same time, I sympathize with those folks who work. I guess I'm willing to try it for a short period to see if I mean, today we're really lucky because we have 100% attendance by all the commissioners, but it may not always be that way. If we run into a situation where we do have some absenteeism and we don't have a lot of public comment, I think we should seriously consider you know, maintaining the schedule that we have now. But I'm willing to experiment with it for a short time.
Okay. Is there additional discussion? Commissioner Lloyd?
I'll just add one thing. I respect and appreciate all of the sentiments communicated previously. I was just going to make a comment in terms of our staff, which very much respect and appreciate. As a commission, we don't ask directly, if you will, outside of the normal scope of their work. We're not a demanding commission. We don't ask for a whole lot. We really don't, you know, embed and, you know, really interact with a lot of department heads in terms of getting into the you know, the weeds of their day-to-day operations. I mean, we have a director of administration who interacts on our behalf, and so we don't ask for a whole lot, and I think we do a lot to be considerate of not just our department heads who are salaried, but also our staff across the county. So I just wanted to just state that, and that's it. Thank you.
All right. Do we have additional discussion? All right. I'll say a couple things. I waited till the end because I'm the chair. It's no secret that this would benefit my schedule because I am a professional during the day. And I do take leave to be at these meetings, official leave from my duties, and put in for that, and reduces my you know, personal and vacation time. But aside from that, I do think one thing that we haven't mentioned is that right now we have sort of this mix of retirees, but also semi-retired, but then working professionals. I think we should think about people who want to run for these positions as well going forward that aren't at the table yet, that may someday be here. They may not have employers who are as flexible as the UAW is, or as Mott College allowing me to take leave, or others. So I think that having all of our meetings in the evening, as almost every governmental body does, legislative body, I think school boards, the other units of government, I think they're all in the evening. That allows people, everyday folks who have jobs, to run for these positions. Now, some people have evening schedules and evening shifts, I get that, but by and large, I think people work, you know, during the regular workday, and this would allow them to run for this. And I also think in terms of staff, I've been on a school board, I've been on Flint City Council, and I'm now on this, and we've always had our managers at our evening meetings, whether it's a school board or a city council. I think that's part of being a manager. I think you have to be reasonable with people. It's not every week or every night, but I think every other week for an hour, hour and a half, to me that's part of being a leader. I do that at the college with our executive cabinet and our president and our board right now. So knowing that there's flexibility with, as Commissioner Shoemaker said, flexible schedules. So you can give people an hour. They can go home early one day if they stay an hour late one Wednesday evening. So I am in favor of this and will be voting in the affirmative. Do we have additional discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
No.
It passes with 2 opposed. All right, under new business, resolution -2024-570, Approval of a request to increase a purchase order to IDEX Laboratories in the amount of $20,000 for a revised total of $60,000 to provide for additional testing equipment, supplies, and testing. The cost of this amendment will be paid from the following account.
Support.
We have a motion and support. Is there discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion is carried. Resolution -2024-624, approval of a grant award from the U.S. Department of Justice in the amount of $13,625 to provide for the expansion of Genesee County's Veterans Treatment Court testing. A copy of the budget is attached.
Move it. Support.
It's been moved and supported. Do we have discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is carried. Resolution -2024-641, approval of a grant award from the State of Michigan Marine Safety Program in the amount of $25,900 for the purpose of operating the 2024 Marine Patrol. The term of this grant is from January 1st, 2024 through December 31st, 2024. A budget for this grant is attached.
Move it.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Commissioner Shoemaker.
I'm going to abstain. I have a family member working for the Marine Patrol this summer.
All right, thank you. Is there additional discussion? Commissioner Brown?
Is the grant period from January 2024 through December 2024? I mean, we're already in this year.
You want to speak to that, Mr.? We have the undersheriff, Mike.
Yes, through the chair, ma'am, unfortunately, we don't receive the information from the state until June. As soon as we receive this information in June, we put it right into the system to get it approved. So we're at the will of the state on this grant. And it happens every year, unfortunately, and I don't know how we can fix it.
So the state is 7 months behind.
We received it in June, so 6 months, but normally this grant for us anyway is for the summer because that's when we start our Marine Patrol.
Additional discussion or questions for the undersheriff? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is carried. Resolution dash... Oh, I'm sorry, and any abstentions? Commissioner Shoemaker. Thank you, Mr. Freeman. Resolution -2024-651, approval of a purchase order by Genesee County's Prosecutor Office to Carpel Solutions in the amount of $51,050 for annual software costs. This is a budgeted expense.
So moved.
It's been moved. Is there support?
Support.
Moved and supported. Is there discussion on the motion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion is carried. Resolution -2024-665, approval of a modification to an agreement between Genesee County and Substance Abuse and Mental Services Administration to extend a granting period through September 30, 2024.
So move.
Support.
Moved and supported. Is there discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion is carried. Resolution -2024-673, approval of a request by Genesee County's Prosecutor's Office to travel to the 2024 PAAM Annual Mackinac Conference on Mackinac Island, Michigan. The dates of travel are from August 22nd through 25, 2024. Total cost of travel for 13 staff members is $25,807.21.
So move.
It's been moved. Is there support?
I'll support it.
I have support and a motion. Is there discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is carried. Resolution -2024-674, approval of a grant award from the State Court Administrative Office in the amount of $174,000 to provide for Genesee County Sobriety Court. The budget for this grant is attached.
So moved. Support.
It's been moved and supported. Is there discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion is carried. Resolution -2024-675, approval of a grant award from the State Court Administrative Office in the amount of $34,600 to provide for Genesee County Sobriety Court. The budget for this grant is attached.
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Is there discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion is carried. Resolution -2024-676, approval of a request by Genesee County's Prosecutor's Office to apply for a grant in the amount of $276,368 to provide funding for prosecution and law enforcement projects targeting sexual assault, domestic violence, and stalking. There is a 25% match requirement.
Move it.
It's been moved and supported. Is there discussion?
I have discussion. Just-
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Podberry, thank you so much for being at our meeting today. You know, sexual assault, domestic violence, and stalking, it's my understanding from the complaints I hear, from things that I'm seeing on Facebook or social media, should I say, and discussion around community, that this is becoming a growing issue within the community. And so just curious if you have anything specific that you can share around maybe some specific initiatives that you can share about what the prosecutor's office is doing, their involvement, and what this grant will specifically be used for.
Thank you, Commissioner. And thank you for bringing it to the attention of the community through your questioning and your remarks. Domestic violence, stalking, and sexual assaults are the focus of this grant. It's a partnership between our office, the Sheriff's Office, and the YWCA. We all receive a portion of the grant funding. And to your point about domestic violence, the statistics do back up your claim that it appears that cases are increasing. In fact, comparing this time period, May, June, our latest reports, from this year to last year's numbers, they have increased. We had in May and June of 2023, 168 domestic violence cases that we authorized. And this year, for the same time period, we've had 205 domestic violence warrants that we've authorized. I don't need to remind this body and this community of the tragedy we had with Kelly McWhirter. It was probably the most serious case that we've had in a long time, and that was a result of domestic violence. Shortly after that, last summer, Commissioner Wayhill, you'll recall in your district, the family in Flushing Township where the husband raped and murdered his wife, and her body was found at their mobile home park in Flushing Township. Just a couple of weeks ago, we had a jury trial where we charged a man with felonious assault and domestic violence in the city of Flint, and he will be sentenced next week. And we have that on video. We were very vigilant in that case because the victim was afraid to come forth and testify. So these are not often easy cases to prosecute for that reason. We have a high rate of victim attrition. Victims are afraid to come forth. They're afraid of further abuse. And we all know the challenges that victims of domestic violence have. So it's a very, very tough crime for us and a very important one that we continue to focus on, and this grant helps us to do that. We continue to work with the Sheriff's Office, our community partners, the new administration at the YWCA to put a focus on these types of cases and specifically domestic violence. With the new funding we've received from the state, through our grant, we're able to increase the number of staff in our office, as you are all very well aware, and hopefully that will help us to tackle the backlogs of these cases and keep things moving forward. So yes, it's still a very serious issue in our community. The statistics show it's increasing, and we're doing all we can to fight that problem. And I appreciate you bringing it to the attention of this body and the community.
Thank you so much for all of the information you provided. Very much helpful and exactly what I was looking for. Two follow-up questions. One question is, I heard about the partnerships between the Sheriff's Office and the YWCA and the Prosecutor's Office, but what about partnerships with, like, particularly the detective bureaus of City of Flint or other, county agencies, policing agencies?
Yeah, it's an important part of our work is training and informing and educating local law enforcement, including the detective bureaus and local local police stations and their officers. Our Chief Assistant Tammy Phillips regularly teaches at the police academy, and we are constantly working with everyone in a joint effort to understand the law, understand what we need to be successful in the courtroom, and to understand specifically the crime of strangulation, because that specific part of domestic violence leads to the most lethal of cases. So strangulation has very specific criteria that we need to prove. And Tammy Phillips does a great job working with local law enforcement to help them be better trained in handling those investigations.
Two quick follow-ups. So one is, I love to see maybe some countywide task force or gathering of like the various partners, if it doesn't already exist, to talk about very specific things and specific coordination points, whereby those in the community who are experiencing these three horrible acts of violence, but are all connected, whereby there's greater coordination in supporting these folks and helping to safeguard them. The last thing I'll end with this is I'd also like to see, and I'll talk to Josh more about it, reach out to the sheriff and the prosecutor as well, more marketing, billboards, that kind of thing throughout the county, whereby individuals who may be afraid to come forward, who may not know what access that they have available to them, support, maybe not know the first step to take to get toward a path of safety and justice, whereby folks are able to drive through the community and able to see those kinds of things as well, and have, really the path to safety lit for them. I appreciate your comments and your time this morning.
Thank you.
We have additional discussion. Commissioner Cousineau.
Yeah, I'm aware of your long-term collaboration with the Sheriff's Department and the YMCA on these other issues. And my only question is refresh my memory, is this a brand-new grant, or is this one that you had
No, this has been
before?
ongoing, I don't know, I don't have my memo with me, but 5 years or so?
Okay.
This
all
is a
right, that's all.
renewal.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure, that's all.
Yes, it's
Okay,
a
thank you.
renewal.
Thank
so.
you, John. Thanks for coming down.
Do we have additional discussion? Commissioner Brown.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Potberry, for bringing this forward. I will be supporting it in memory of Kelly McWhorter, because it's something that was quite traumatic for the county. My question has to do with the 25% match requirement. Is that something that we have in the budget? And
We are allowed to do what may not be, Crystal may differ with the definition, but the state says we can do in-kind matching. And that means there are certain items budgeted already out of the general fund that have always been there and that continue to be there, that we are able to use to match according to that 25% requirement. So we do not need to pull a new 25% allocation out of the general fund. So,
Mr. Chair, do you mind if we have Crystal come up and validate that?
Crystal, would you join us?
So what he's referring to with in-kind, typically it's non-cash items. So like our Head Start program, if you have parents come volunteer in the classroom, or typically something that you would normally pay for, but someone's donating it. So they count that as an in-kind match. This particular grant refers to in-kind, but they're saying it has to be a monetary match. So we do already have it included in our budget since it is a recurring grant. They're not asking for any additional appropriation with this request.
All right, thank you.
Do we have additional discussion? So I'll just make a comment. Commissioner Lloyd's line of inquiry and dialogue with you, John, made me think of Barb Meniere's presentation and Tony McDowell when they talked about the Legal Resource Center that they created. A big portion, as I recall, of the clients that go in there are female, low income, and are requesting personal protection orders. And to me, that relates, directly to the domestic violence conversation. So I guess a question would be, do you have interactions with her and with the Legal Resource Center? And what does that look like, if there's anything there?
Well, thank you, Crystal. I knew the technical definitions are a little different than reality, but we've worked that out years ago. Directly to your point and your question, I can't answer that right now. I don't know what our direct relationship and cooperation is with Barb's program. I can try to find out. I'm not sure that it's directly tied into this grant effort, but.
And it may not be this grant, but I'm looking more at the topic. And it seems to me that if people are requesting personal protection orders, well, not in every case, but in many cases, that's probably a domestic or a potential domestic violence situation.
Absolutely.
And I'm, we create new programs and they don't automatically have relationships with other parts of the county. So it's not a criticism at all, but I thought I would raise it, given that it's come before us, and it seems to me there's maybe some opportunity there. When she brought it forward, to me, it's an equity issue, because if the overwhelming number of victims of domestic violence are female and of low income, it's something we need to be more aware of, because there might be other opportunities for this commission to address the needs of those folks. And I see we have some.
Artie?
Yeah.
Okay.
Please introduce yourself and then offer a comment.
Yeah, sure. Rhonda, I'm the Family Division Administrator. But to your point about the Legal Resource Center, the Y, they have a planning committee, and the Y has been represented on that planning committee in the Legal Resource Center. And the Y will have a representative in the Legal Resource Center when it's open to assist with filing of personal protection orders. So
All right.
hopefully that answers your question.
It does. And I'll just say I hope everyone knows what resources are out there and they're connecting with one another. I have nothing further. Any other?
I'd just like for John to stay there for the next resolution.
Okay. All right. So no further discussion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is carried. Resolution -2024-677, approval of a request by Genesee County's Prosecutor's Office to apply for a grant in the amount of $408,595 to provide funding for crime victim rights advocacy. Is there a motion?
Move it.
Support.
Moved in support. Commissioner Winfrey, do you want the floor?
Yeah, John, can you explain what that is, victims' rights advocacy, and how does one access it?
Yeah, this goes a long way to helping us fund our Crime Victim Services unit or division in the office. Crime Victim Services is mandated by the state constitution and by statute. We are required to provide certain services to victims of crime, and this grant partially funds, to a good extent, our Crime Victim Services unit. It helps fund a supervising position and 2 victim advocates, and partially funds a secretary.
Okay, and how does one access it if you are a victim?
I'm sorry, what was that?
How does one access the services if you are a victim?
Every victim of a crime is sent a victim rights letter right from the start, immediately. And that starts the ball rolling. They're informed of their rights, they're informed of the process. They can return a request to be listed as a victim, and it goes from there.
Thank you.
Additional discussion, Commissioner Lloyd and then Commissioner Cousineau.
I'll defer to my colleague.
Commissioner Cousineau.
I just wanted to make a comment that, I'm a very strong advocate of this division. And, as a family member of a victim of a serious crime, the victims' families, so often they don't understand what's happening to their family and to them. And this helps dramatically, at least help them understand the process. And I appreciate it, and I'm very happy to support this. Thank you.
Commissioner Lloyd.
I just wanted a follow-up comment. I just feel like as a county, I just feel like there's so much more we can do to educate residents, victims, on what support and services are available to them. You know, you don't know what you don't know. And sometimes it's hard to find that information if you don't know where to find the information. So just a comment. I think it's something we definitely should dig deeper into and try to find a better path forward of serving our residents in that way. Thanks.
If I can kind of piggyback off that comment, you know, Prosecutor Layton does press conferences to keep the community aware of what's going on, what types of crimes are happening, and how we are holding offenders accountable for any type of crime. And domestic violence type cases, going back to your earlier points, are something that he always mentions, that if you're a victim of domestic violence, and he offers phone numbers, the YWCA resource as a resource. And so when we do these press conferences, that helps bring public awareness to the issue at hand. And we can talk to the public directly about their rights as victims, and maybe we can emphasize those items even more beyond just the basic facts of the case. Gives us another opportunity to address the public.
Do we have additional discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion is carried. Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Next resolution is 2024-688, approval of an agreement with Revised Software Systems, LLC, to redesign the Genesee County Probate Court and 7th Judicial Circuit Court websites. The total cost of this is $17,211 for the initial period and $5,000 per year for 3 years for maintenance and support.
So moved.
It's been moved and supported. Is there discussion? Commissioner Shoemaker.
Is this a budgeted expense?
Dave is here from the court.
Thank you.
If you'd introduce yourself to us.
Hello, Dave Combs, Court IT Director. Hi. Yes, it is budgeted.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion is carried. Thank you, Dave. Resolution -2024-699, approval of the updated Genesee County travel policy.
So moved.
It's got a motion and support. Is there discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is carried. Resolution -2024-712, approval of an agreement between Genesee County and Variety Food Services in an amount not to exceed $360,000 to provide food services for Genesee County's Juvenile Justice Center. The cost of this agreement will be paid from the accounts listed.
Move it.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Is there discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion is carried. Resolution -2024-713, approval of an amendment to Genesee County's capital assets policy.
So moved.
It's been moved. Is there support?
Support.
Moved and supported. Is there discussion?
Yes, can we have?
Commissioner Lloyd.
Can we have somebody come up and talk about it? Give us a general overview. Please. Thank you, Crystal.
So much like the travel policy, the capital assets policy had not been revisited in a very long time. There's a couple things that we're required to have when we look at capital assets. One is a depreciable method, which is straight line, which just means if we have an asset we think we're going to use 5 years, we depreciate 1/5 of it each year, like the motor pool vehicles. The other thing is the useful lives of assets should be documented, so they have been in our external financial statements, but we haven't had a policy that actually has it included. So that was added. And then we've had some monitoring by granting agencies that require lower thresholds than what we have, say for equipment, to track it. So in the event that a grant requires us to lower those thresholds, we've just included that we would do that as part of our process.
Do we have additional discussion or questions?
I do.
Commissioner Lloyd.
I have a question about like inventory. Do we have what does that look like for the county right now? I guess more specifically, do we have a good grasp of all of our assets? I mean, tagging, maybe QR codes on things like computers and desks and chairs, those kinds of things where we understand what we own.
Sure. So we do have various departments that track inventory. IT would be one of them. I think you'll see if you look at any of these monitors, they have the tags on the back. They just recently came around to all departments verifying that whatever they had for us was here, and then adding anything that may have been missing. And so I think they had a document review item that came through, Asset Panda and Canto, to help them in tracking that, making it more efficient instead of Excel files, because formulas can get off and things like that. So they're actually getting a software to help with their tracking. We do have a couple other departments, like Health Department gets some inventory that they have to track for like vaccinations and stuff like that. I want to say
Facilities as
G-Card
well.
has some inventory, so they are tracking that on a regular basis. I'm not sure what their reconciliation process is. I would have to get more information on that, but.
Thank you. And then as we go into our new administration building, I guess the same question is true for like the juvenile detention center. A good method as we go into the buildings to make sure everything's tagged and tracked and, so that we start out and not going backwards. I'll be supporting this asset plan. I don't believe that when it comes to these things, it's something that we should, necessarily have to be voting on, but giving you as a department head the flexibility to continue at these capitalization threshold levels to be able to disperse or to discard or whatever the case may be, county assets. So I have no more questions.
All right, do we have additional discussion? Just a big thank you for updating policies. I think that's important, including this one. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is carried. Do we have other business before the committee? Just one big thank you to the department's staff who were at the resource fair that Commissioner Brown and Commissioner Winfrey and I sponsored out in Flint Township back on June 25th. We were at the senior center and probably had, 8 to 10 different departments represented. One of the things that we've all talked about is trying to make sure people, especially in the out county, have some sense of what we have to offer in terms of services and programs. And that was one step in the right direction. So appreciate all you did to do that for our citizens. Meeting is adjourned at 10:08.
Call the Human Services Committee meeting to order. Which I gotta talk to you about. At 10:14, he's here. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Lloyd? Commissioner Winfrey?
I'm here.
Commissioner Ellenberg?
Here.
Commissioner Brown?
Here.
Commissioner Avery?
Here.
Commissioner Shoemaker? Commissioner Kuzma?
Here.
Commissioner Wayhill?
Here.
Commissioner Davis?
Here.
All right, this time we will entertain a motion to approve the previous meeting
moved.
minutes.
Support.
Properly moved and supported. Any discussion? All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes have it, motion carries. Are there any public comments to this committee? Any public comments to this committee? Any public comments to this committee? Public comments are now closed. This time we'll, under communications, we'll get an update from our health officer, Michelle.
Thank you very much for having me today. I have a few very positive, a very positive, happy announcement. We finally have our new medical director. So her name is Dr. Corsi. I would like to introduce her to our committee. She began with us full-time July 1st, and I just wanted her to tell you a little bit about herself.
Yeah, hello. Nice to meet you all. As Michelle said, my name is Dr. Michaela Corsi, and I just started working with the Genesee County Health Department. I graduated from my residency in preventive medicine and public health from the University of Michigan, and looking forward to working with this community and you all to help support the health of the Genesee County residents.
Well, welcome aboard.
All right, and then my team to present on two different projects that we're working on. First, we will start with our Vaccine Saves Lives. It's like our initiative to work on vaccine hesitancy. So we'll start with Joanne Herman, who was our champion for this. I would also like to point out that Joanne has been invited to present on this across the state and by the state. So she's presented to many physicians groups. She's also presented to the entire state, and is it at a committee, at a conference as well. So we receive a lot of requests for this presentation, and they are asking for help and guidance from her as well. So I will let Joanne speak.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, commissioners, for allowing me this opportunity to talk about a very important topic in all of our health, and that's about vaccines. So it's been tabled Vaccine Genesee County Initiative. And we know that vaccine saves lives. And why am I talking to you about vaccines today? Well, according to the World Health Organization, that is our most effective defense that we have against infectious diseases. It's second only to clean water, which hits home for all of us as well. And when we're talking about infectious diseases, you know, we hear about measles, mumps, rubella. You know, you heard about polio, which is and influenza. So these are important topics that keep us safe. And we also recognize by the World Health Organization that we have had the top 10 threats globally has been vaccine hesitancy. So what I'm going to show you next is a report card, and you've got a copy of that. So the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services provides us a report card on a quarterly basis, and next week we should have the next quarter come out. Suffice to say, we have a lot of work to do in Genesee County. So in the state of Michigan is about middle of all states across the country, but in Genesee County, our rates are at one of the lower rates of all across different counties. And it isn't just toddlers, it isn't just teenagers, and it's seniors, it's adults, it's all of the above. So we really have a low rate. Our rate started to dip about 10 years ago, and it probably correlates pretty heavily with the Flint water crisis, a lot of governmental mistrust, and a lot of hesitancy really picked up about that same time. No question with COVID, it across the country, we know that it really escalated as well. So but everybody has had that issue with COVID across the country, and what I'm saying is proportionately in Genesee County, we're at one of the lower rates. You know, you can take something that, like HPV, that helps with cancer prevention, oral cancer rates, and we are at one of the lowest rates in the county. At the state, we're like about 35%, 37%. At the state level, we're in the 60s, you know, so we really have a long way to go. Our flu vaccine, out of 84 counties, we are in the 60s range. For pneumonia, for our seniors, we are 74 out of 84, just to give you a perspective. And then to prevent shingles, we're 67 out of 84. So it gives you a perspective. It isn't just one vaccine or another, but across the county, we have got a lot of work to do. And this is despite great efforts by our immunization team and our county health department. We are open Monday through Fridays. We have Saturday appointments available. We open especially for working people that make it more accommodating. And we are at pop-up clinics at every area of Genesee County on a consistent basis. Right now, we're back to school events, so we're really, you know, trying to get kids ready for kindergarten and other 7th grade times. But later in the fall, we'll be doing a lot more with flu clinics, senior citizen events. So we are really actively involved in the county. We were at another event last night, and we really try to hit all aspects. So despite our efforts within the county, what can we do to increase our rates? And that's really looking at now more of a collaborative model. And so what we're doing is working with our partners. And it starts, you know, it's with you as well. So I've been spending a lot of time working with physicians, their office practices, which isn't that much different, really trying to give them the right tools that they might need to be effective in their communication and their teaching and their outreach for vaccines. But doing some other work with dentists in the community so that they can take an active role. People go to the dentist twice a year, so they can also really advocate for good health, good oral health as well. Faith-based leaders have a very important role in this, and we've been very actively engaged with them. The 3 health systems have been very important in working with them and their POs, their PHOs, their quality teams to really help in that outreach. Big community partners like the Greater Flint Health Coalition, the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services for vaccine events, doing some additional work with Mott Children's Health Center. They have with some of the better outcomes in Genesee County, but we're really trying to study and try to do some innovative things in setting that example for the state so that we can see, you know, what will work and what can be effective. Our schools, that's the Genesee County Intermediate School District, but it's also working with our universities and working with some of the talent within the universities. I'm working with a fellow student that's helping us work with some cancer prevention for vaccines as well. So this is just to give you an example that we're giving physicians and practices tools. So when vaccine hesitancy comes, there's some research that tells us what's the best practice. How do I most effectively communicate, you know, with my patient who comes in? And that's using that announced approach. You are 11 years old, today you need A, B, and C vaccines. You just announce it. This is what you're gonna do, and you give that strong recommendation as your physician. Then if they hesitate, then we give them some more specific tools that they can use to help them with vaccine hesitancy. So we're really trying to work with the science and research and what makes, you know, for better outcomes and saves times for our physicians as well, so that they're more effective in their communication and we have better outcomes for our county. This is a report card, and this is just a sample report card that we're using when I go to the physician offices just to tell that physician practice how you're doing. So there's a lot of data, and you know how that looks when sometimes you're just overwhelmed with so much data. But we give them a report card just to say, this is how your practice is doing. And this is a good example of a high-performing practice. This is a pediatric practice, and they're doing well. But we also give them the opportunity, what can we do better? And where is your areas of improvement? And so for every report card we have, we really bring out the positive of what they can do and what can help them be more efficient. So we're trying to give them the tools, give them the education tools they need, but also giving them a quick status of how they're doing. And I'm here today because really looking at all of you in this room, you also have the influence. As elected officials, you do have a lot of credibility in the community, and we need your partnership as well to help influence. So that advocacy, helping with public policy, helping with advocating wherever you're at. You talked about the different senior centers, inviting the health department to advocate with you is very helpful, and really continuing to support us as we have programs that we try to have outreach across the county. Any questions, comments?
Dr. Brown.
Thank you. I had a question about a partnership. If you could go back to that partnership list really quickly.
Yes.
To what extent do you partner with Hamilton Family Community Health?
So Hamilton is a federal qualified health center along with Genesee Health Systems. We've been in great contact with them. So trying to find out what their needs best are. And at Hamilton, they really struggled with some turnover, so really helping their team as they brought in like new medical assistants to educate them, to get them on par, to provide them the educational resources. We have a report card that I've shared with their team and have had a lot of conversations with Clarence and others at Hamilton to really make sure that they have the resources that they need. Hamilton has also been a very effective partner with us in outreach in the community. They're very actively participating in many events, and they do a lot of outreach, and we try not to duplicate with them, but we partner with them in a very effective way.
Well, I just want to comment that I'm a vaccine, I embrace vaccines. All you have to do is take a look at what shingles can do to a person, and that made me run to get my shingles shot. So thank you for what you're doing to educate people about vaccines, and hopefully we can get those numbers up.
Thank you.
Yeah, any further questions? Commissioner Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for bringing this information to our attention. It's greatly appreciated. I do have a question of, do we look at coverage throughout the county where we have low-lying areas where we're not getting as much impact as other areas?
Yes.
Is that something you could provide to us via email so we could kind of see how our district is performing compared to others? So maybe there's certain things we could do as far as our outreach to different local, townships or cities to help with these numbers or help improve things?
Yes, not only do we have what we call heat maps, and I'll just use measles as a great example. So when, Wayne County, different counties around us have had a measles outbreak, we look very specifically to say, where's our greatest, opportunity? Where's our area of vulnerability? Are we providing good access in that area? So we can definitely share that information with you. And I'd like to say that it's across the board. I might pick a certain geographic area within your district, and it may give you a different answer for measles as it does for COVID versus flu, but we can, and we do use that. We use that intelligence to help us determine where we need to be and how we provide best coverage. And in an area, so in your district, you might have a couple pediatrician offices, and you'd like to think that people go to their local pediatrician, but we do focus in that area, but we also recognize that sometimes people seek health care, not just in their district, and they might be closer to where they work, where they seek their health care. So we try to look at it that way, but we also look at it broadly across the county as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lloyd, then Commissioner Ellenberg, and Commissioner Wayhill.
Two quick things. Thank you. No question for you. No, Jared does awesome work in terms of the specific district pieces that he puts together for like each commissioner to be able to post on social media and those kinds of things. Maybe something specific around this particularly, and encouraging folks to get their vaccinations. I'd definitely be interested in that, and that's something that I will post. The other thing is, this is just one example of a number of examples of things that I like to be able to communicate out to my district in an organized way by way of mailings and direct communications, not just social media and those kinds of things, where it's direct messaging from myself as the commissioner for my represented district that can include a number of those kinds of things that I want to educate the community on. And so I just raised this because this is something I'm going to want to talk about as a part of the budgetary process, as something that, that I think will be helpful and educational for our residents. Thank you.
Yeah. Commissioner Ellenberg?
Yes, so like the schools, I mean, I haven't had a child in school in a long time, so they're still required to have all the vaccinations and stuff. Are there a lot of waivers that people are signing waivers that they don't want the measles, the MMR?
Yes.
You know?
So we track, within the health department, we have a liaison person that works with the Genesee Intermediate School District, so that's private and public schools. And the goal is to have 100%, obviously, but at minimum in November, it needs to be 90, and then February it has to be 95%. If not, they have some of their funding that is withheld, so at risk. So it's motivating to have that completed. Completed doesn't necessarily mean that you are fully vaccinated, according to schedule. So that's exactly where you're at. The waivers come into hand, and if you look at our report card, at the bottom, we do have an increase in waivers. So about 5% of the children throughout this county that need their vaccines their parents have chosen to have the waiver for them. So that rate has went up, and it's going up across the country, waivers have increased.
Have you noticed since COVID, because there was such a push that I don't want I don't want the vaccine,
Yes.
even though as a child, as that parent, they did receive the vaccines, and now they don't want their kids to receive it. The risk of outbreak like of measles that's coming around, and the risk of people dying, especially if you get sometimes you get a double infection of, my husband had measles and mumps at the same time, which that could be deathly. And I think he did have his vaccine, or maybe he was at the age where, it still got it, but it was a light form. So I just, I'm concerned about the waivers. I know when the HPV first started, that wasn't a required, and I did see the numbers on that. I'm surprised that they're that high.
Yes.
And at the age group, but there was a lot, I spoke at the state level, and there were some representatives that said, oh, I didn't know I could opt out for the measles, mumps, and, the school vaccinations. And, there was a few on that board that said they didn't know they could opt their child out of it. They wanted to opt them out for HPV, but they didn't want to opt them out they didn't know they could opt out for the other ones. And I didn't know that either until I went there,
So waivers are up, and that's why we're also trying to do some education with 18-year-olds and above, since they can finally speak for themselves. So we're trying to look at some innovative ways to work with our colleges and universities so that we can educate our young people that can now, speak for themselves or consent for themselves to get vaccinated if they miss that opportunity. But people may waiver all of their vaccines or some of them. It's really...
Is there ever an opportunity for them, like, to fill out a form and be vaccinated at their school? Because, that's...
Yes, we are at just about every county, district, school, you name it, and on a regular, consistent basis. So we really, we talked about Saturdays that are open. We try to do night times. We go to the community where people are served best. So we really try to work. And then we also try to work in coordination, like what we talked about Hamilton, where they may do some outreach. We try not to duplicate services and pharmacies. They're a great resource. So we try to work together. I don't care if we do the shots or somebody else does the shots. We just need to improve our numbers, and we need to have our community safer. If you have measles, you can have 21 days that you miss school because you didn't get your measles shot, and there has been a child in that community, in that school district with measles. So there's a financial implication as well for our community.
Thank you.
Commissioner Wayhill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Joanne and Michelle, thank you for your work. It's important. You mentioned 2010 at the beginning of your presentation, and I think the fact that there's some reduction in trust because of the water crisis and now COVID. COVID obviously nationally, but I would add that since 2010, or whatever year we want to use as a benchmark, there's been such a flood of misinformation online I think we're all pretty familiar with the political misinformation that's out there, but it's true about health as well. And so that's also confusing people, reducing trust. Some of that misinformation is, I think, unintentional and passed along, but a lot of it is malicious. I think there's a malicious intent. So important work, thank you. I think that going at trusted influencers, pastors and the folks that are the physicians, and having these conversations is hugely important. I'll end by saying you asked for support from commissioners. I have on my calendar for the rest of this year quarterly coffees and lunches with the seniors in Flushing at the Flushing Senior Center and the seniors in Swartz Creek at their senior center. So I've got the dates already and the times. I would love for you all to join me at one of those, one in each of those communities, and maybe we can try to get one in Flint Township as well. And I'll introduce the topic and give you all the floor.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, any other questions for Joanne? Thank you, Joanne, for for your information and for representing our county so well throughout the state. Thank you. Michelle, anything else?
Yes, we have one more presentation. I'd like to invite up our new director, Portia Black. She's over our Healthy Start program. We just wanted to give you a short presentation on our Healthy Start program. Does it go right to left, up and down? We'll start with, there we go. So what is Healthy Start? And part of the reason we're bringing this forward is, we have a lot of contracts and agreements that we've brought forth for this program many, many times. This is a very competitive program across the country, and we were fortunate enough to get it again. So just to start with, what is Healthy Start? You want me to do it? Okay. So it's a federally funded infant mortality initiative. We seek to improve the health for women. It works with the entire family, health and wellness. It works to promote systems of change, for the family and the children in our community. We want to ensure we impact the community in a positive way, that our programs are effective. And Genesee County has had this grant since 2001. It is something we have to rewrite and write a proposal every 5 years. And we have been fortunate enough to have it since 2001. I can say there were multiple health departments throughout the state that have had this, and many of them did not get it this time. So it was much more competitive this time. So who does the program serve? I'll let you speak this time, Portia. I'm sorry, I'm still getting my voice back. Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
So who we serve pregnant women and birthing individuals. We serve postpartum and parenting women, and birthing individuals. We serve infants up to 18 months of age, and we also serve fathers and male supportive figures in the child's life.
All right, and then so who is a part of our team? Obviously, we have our Genesee County Health Department, our director, supervisor. We have multiple community health workers, health educators, and community analysts. We also work with our hospital systems, so Ascension, and we work with Hurley. We work with the Involved Dad program, so that's a fatherhood program. You've seen those grants come before you before. In addition to, we work with Dr. Shauna Lee. She is
She's our evaluator.
Our evaluator for the program to make sure we're meeting our initiatives and stuff. So what type of services does the program have? I'll let
So the core of our services are surrounded with case management and care coordination. We want to do is make sure that, well, let me first say, this is a home visiting program, so we meet them where they are. We go into the home, we provide case management to them, and we also make sure that they're connected to any other service that they need. So those services are provided by nurses, social workers, and dietitians who are from Hurley and Ascension at Home, and also our community health workers who are our health department employees. So we also provide group-based education. So we do peer support for them, and we also do parenting classes that we do with the evidence-based curriculum. So we also do our family-centered events and activities, which we all love to do. We've provided like many to our families over the year. We've done things like nutrition education with them, where we had WIC talk to them about healthy eating. We got fresh fruit and vegetable boxes from Flint Fresh that we gave to them when they came. We also did CPR training with them. We've done barbershop talks with the dads. We do holiday events. We've done many things with our families. We also, for this grant cycle, we are required to provide 10% of our budget to some specialized care for our participants. So this funding cycle, we're going to be providing mental and behavioral supports for our participants. So that means we'll have a mental health professional do one-on-one counseling with those participants who need it, and we'll also be doing group peer mental health support for them as well.
Which is new. So last year, the Genesee County Healthy Start provided services to 883 unduplicated participants. And our required goal was only 700, so we met and exceeded that goal. So we had 293 pregnant women that we served, 363 infants and children served, postpartum and parenting women, 203, and then we had 24 fathers and males or supportive partners that we served in this program. We also want to say that the program has about 19 benchmarks that we're required to meet. This is just some of them that we provided in 2023. It's hard because the color, but we provided the in-home medical services, and I think you noticed that we are working with the hospitals, so we are sending nurses and social workers and different individuals in there.
You want me to do it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so like Michelle said, there are 19 different benchmarks that are required for our Healthy Start initiative. So this is just a snapshot. So 92% of our participants had a medical home. 86% of them had father involvement, so a dad or a supportive male partner was involved in a child's life. 99% of them were screened for depression and received a referral if they scored high on that depression screen. 97% were insured. 76%, which I think is great, initiated breastfeeding, because our breastfeeding rates in this county tend to be, pretty low. So 70% of our participants at least initiated breastfeeding. And 52% of our families who had children between the ages of 6 and 23 months of age read to their children more than 3 times per week, which is also pretty awesome.
So we are getting close to the end. Just so that you know, with the Healthy Start, it's a grant that we get from HRSA. It is a 5-year grant, and then they give us approximately over $1 million before they did reduce some of the funding, but like 990,000 or something like that they give us yearly, right? It's a 5-year grant. And then the current and prospective grantees, we still have to reapply every 5 years. So what we did is we wrote a grant. It was over 60 pages. We competed with over 100. There are 103 programs across the nation in 37 states. We were awarded that grant. It was over 60 pages long. These are the 2 individuals, Portia and Tamara, who was our previous director that left. They wrote most of the grant. they wrote almost all of the grant. I had to do a very small part of it, and it included in letters of support from our community partners and agencies that we work with. This is the part we're really, really proud of. Out of 100%, our proposal received 99%. So, and these are some of the comments from the federal government and from HRSA that reviewed our report. So they mentioned that the applicant is in Genesee County, demonstrated a detailed understanding of the birthing and fertility experience of the target group of African American women and other minorities living in the community identified to receive these services. Specific data, the data sources that we use were documented as an evidence of the disparities found in our community and experience. We had a good grasp of that. And then our organization provides an exceptionally detailed and data-based demonstration of the need in our target population of American women and families in the Flint and Genesee County. So these are some of the priorities they looked at, so 6 priorities, and thank you. Do you have any questions?
Yep. Any questions for Michelle? Commissioner Cousineau and then
I just
Commissioner
wanted to
Brown.
focus on 2 main points or issues. Do you do any data outcome surveys or investigations or whatever? Because I know that there's a big problem with infant mortality and birth mother deaths and that type of thing, but there'd be other stuff around that. Have you done any data as to showing what works and what doesn't? And then throughout the years, I think you said you've done this since 2001. Yeah, I mean, that's 25 years almost. And so over that time period, are you keeping track of what works and what doesn't work?
And we work with Shauna. They are tracking the data for us. They're looking, and Portia is reviewing the data. We have the supervisor that's reviewing the data, and we also are pulling in a community analyst now to analyze the data for us, so we know when we need to shift or if something isn't working, where we need to change. There are benchmarks we have to utilize, and certain types of groups that we have to use. For example, we have to have a doula. Now, that's something that's new. We have to have the community analyst. We have to work with some of the group partners, like we work with Voices for Children for as a part of that as well. And yes, we are looking at that data.
Yeah,
and
I
good,
think
but
that's something
that,
we really need to look at in this county as a whole, because I know that statistically, we spend more per resident in this county on healthcare, and that's taking in not only your programs, but, you know, health insurance and all that, but our outcomes are way down at the bottom.
Yes.
And so I question a lot of the things that are being done. If there's any data showing that it's successful, I don't mind spending money, but I want to see results. And if it's not changing anything, then, you know, why spend the money? I guess that's just what drives me. I'd rather use the money somewhere else, maybe on something that would work. My second point is that, which doesn't have anything to do with this grant, but you did say you focus on mental health. Do you have any communication with GHS?
Yeah.
I get those 2 mixed up, GHS. I know there's money there for mental health. And do you do any collaboration with them on this issue?
So we do, when they screen the participants and they score high for, you know, mental health concerns, they refer to Genesee Health System. With this new component of Healthy Start for the mental health, we had to do a RFP to get someone to be a contractual partner for us. So we will be contracting with someone. We did not get anything from GHS, but I did want to mention that we do refer to Genesee Health System.
Okay, but you're not receiving any money from them, you just refer
No,
patients?
we're not receiving any money from them. We just refer.
For this particular grant, all the money is coming from HRSA, whatever we have to match to.
Yeah, Dr. Brown and then Commissioner Wayhill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I want to congratulate you for writing and receiving such a competitive grant. That's just a really great job, especially with your targeted metrics and data that you included. One data point that jumped out at me was the 52% of the participants read to children. I think it was 3 times a week. That appeared to be a little low to me, and I wondered if you have any theories as to why that was low or what can be done to improve the reading participation?
So I think when it comes to that particular benchmark, a lot of families still don't think it makes sense. They like, the baby doesn't understand, even though I'm trying to read, like they don't understand everything that goes along with the reading. It's not just reading to them. It's starting early with the education, is increasing, bonding with the baby. So we're trying to help them learn that and understand that. But what I do want to say is that benchmark has come a long way since I've been with the project. I've been with this project almost 10 years, and it was way low. Like that data point at some point was like 20%. So when we find, and the recommendation is only 50% for that benchmark. So I'm happy that, we kind of exceeded it a little bit, but I also would like to see it a little bit higher.
Thank you.
Anything further, Dr. Brown?
No, that's it.
Okay. Commissioner Wayhill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to piggyback. I had the same question that Dr. Brown had because it obviously stood out, in terms of the percentages. I really appreciate what you've said about the progress, so we need to note that. Is part of the issue also that the parents themselves may not have confidence in their own literacy to be readers to their little ones? And if so, do you have any connection with the Genesee County Literacy Network, which is, we're the fiduciary at Mott College, so I know a lot about them, and Angela Hood was there at one time, and now we've got Vince. So tell me if you agree that that's an issue, that the parents may not have strong literacy skills, and do we do anything with partnerships to help the parents improve literacy?
Absolutely. So when the home visitors go into the home, they do assess that if there are literacy issues with the participants, and they will refer out. I can't say for certain if that is an issue in regards to this benchmark, but what I can say is we do also try to help with barriers to this particular benchmark in reading. So I know it wouldn't make a difference that we do provide to them books and things like that if they are having challenges with literacy, but I think that's something we definitely need to further explore.
Okay. I'd be happy to make a connection with the Literacy Network if there's not an existing one. They've got a lot of resources and do really good work. And then just kind of a bigger picture comment question. At the very tail end of the presentation is when you all discussed the target population, African American women. I didn't pick up on that at the beginning because it was more general, I think. And at the beginning, I was thinking that there is an equity issue here before it even came in, because isn't it something like double or triple or quadruple the mortality rate for African American women's babies than Caucasian women in our own county? And so obviously that's what this is driving at, reducing that equity gap. Could you just say a couple words about why you think, this is like $1 million question, right? And hundreds of years of history and all sorts of things, but in your mind, what is driving that equity gap?
So, there are several things that, widen that gap. So like you said, yeah, the African-American babies, die like 5 times more likely than their other racial counterparts. And that could be due to various things surrounding the social determinants of health, and also looking at, racism as a factor as well. So, housing insecurity, education, like you spoke of, difficulties obtaining, jobs all contribute to higher levels of infant mortality in our African American population. But what I also want to say to that is, even though African American women and babies are our target, we don't exclusively just, serve African American women and babies. We also offer services to any woman and child that has risk factors for infant mortality. So we serve everyone across the board with the same types of services.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your work. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yep. Any further questions? Does that conclude your presentation, Michelle?
It does.
Thank you very much for
Thank
all
you.
that you do. Thank you and your staff. And board, just for your information, in lieu of convening a Genesee County Health Board, Michelle and her staff are required to do quarterly reports to our board, just for your information. Okay, if there's no old business, we'll move on to new business. Resolution 24-583, approval of a grant award from the Health Resources and Services Administration in the amount of $997,416
Move it.
to provide for Genesee County's Healthy Start programming. Properly moved and supported. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes have it, motion carries. Resolution 24634, approval of an agreement between Genesee County and Preferred Removal Service in an amount not to exceed $210,000 to provide for body removal services. The cost for this agreement will be paid from the following account.
So moved.
Properly moved and supported. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes have it, motion carries. Approval of an agreement between Genesee County and Catholic Charities of Shiawassee and Genesee Counties in an amount not to exceed $75,000 to provide support for homeless veteran housing at Sacred Heart Veteran Village. The cost of this agreement will be paid from the following account. Support. Properly moved and supported. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes have it, motion carries. Resolution 24648, approval of an agreement between Genesee County and My Brother's Keeper of Genesee County in an amount not to exceed $75,000 to provide support for homeless veteran housing at Rolling Hills Veterans Facility.
So moved.
Cost of this agreement will be paid from the following account. Properly moved and supported. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes have it, motion carries. Resolution 24664, approval of an agreement between Genesee County and Hurley Medical Center in an amount not to exceed $455,750 to provide services for the Healthy Start Initiative. Term of this agreement is May 1/24 to March 31st, 29. Cost of this agreement will be paid from the following account and is fully grant funded.
Support.
Properly moved and supported. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes have it, motion carries. Resolution 24679, approval of an agreement between Genesee County and Oakland Livingston Human Service Agency in the amount of $9,835,177 to provide staffing for Genesee County's Head Start program. The term of this agreement is July 1, 24 to June 30, 25. The cost of this agreement will be paid
Move.
from the accounts listed, fully grant funded. Properly moved and supported. Any discussion? Commissioner Ellenberg.
I guess, do we know how this is broke down on the funding? Who gets what?
Pam Coleman.
Good morning, Commissioners. Through the chair to Commissioner Ellenberg, the budget for this will be forthcoming. I don't believe it was included in the packet because we were waiting for the overall budget, but it is, the staff is contracted through OLSA, and they have a breakdown of how the expenses are allocated through their staffing services. That is what this resolution is for. I'm sorry.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Okay, hearing none, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes have it, motion carries. Resolution 24694, approval of an agreement between G-Card, the Genesee Chamber Foundation, and Genesee Area Focus Fund in the amount of $26,528
Move it.
to provide employment opportunities to 14 teens during the summer of '24. Any support?
Support.
Properly moved and supported. Commissioner Lloyd.
Just a quick one, just curious, what kind of employment opportunities will be made available to these teenagers?
Pam, can you use the one on the other side? They switched the podiums just so you can hear better.
Through the chair to Commissioner Lloyd. These 14 teams will be dispersed throughout our programs. We have 5 slated for senior nutrition. They will be assisting in the kitchen, getting an understanding of the preparation at a large scale of meals for our senior centers, our Meals on Wheels program. We also have 5 slated for our commodities program, which will allow them to develop an understanding. Again, food distribution for senior citizens that qualify, and this is on a larger scale, giving them an opportunity to understand the inner workings of a warehouse surrounding and how those meal boxes, if you will, of unprepared food are distributed according to programs, getting an understanding of the menu suggestions based on the contents that's included in those boxes. And we will also have one of the students assigned to our admin upstairs, giving them an opportunity to get an understanding of the program administration piece, the inner workings of the programs, and allowing them to understand how invoices are paid and how they are the record-keeping portion.
One additional question as it relates to advertisements, how would these jobs be advertised or made available or publicized for, or have these teenagers already been selected, or?
This is through the Summer Youth Initiative, our Teen Quest. Yes, sir. So they come through that program, and we have an interview process where the students are interviewed. The candidates come through the chamber and this initiative, Summer Youth Initiative, and they are selected based on their participation in the overall program.
This is excellent. I remember when I was a little younger, I want to say a lot younger, right? A little younger, that there were, many opportunities for teenagers to have employment, particularly in the summer months. And you hear I hear a number of individuals asking about employment for their teenagers, and there's not a lot of opportunity. So I think this is great that you all are prioritizing this, making this available. And Teen Quest is an excellent program, and I'm sure there's some remarkable youth that they'll be populating these positions with. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Avery.
Now that I don't have to recuse myself from anything about Teen Quest, I like to report out that there's been great outcomes from the G-Card success with our students. We have great, the Chamber had received great feedback from the students and parents learning outcomes were gained. So kudos to G-Card of what they provide for those students. And yes, as has been stated, they are graduates of the Teen Quest program, and then they vie for positions through interview process with 20-plus agencies. So, but thank you to G-Card for their experiences.
Yeah. All right. Anything else for Ms. Coleman? Thank you, Ms. Coleman.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all in favor? Aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Ayes have it, motion carries. Resolution 24697, approval of a request by the Genesee County's Health Department to travel to the 2024 American Metal Building Association Building and Coding Conference in Las Vegas, Nevada. The dates of travel are October 16th through the 19th. Total cost for 2 staff members not to exceed $5,000.
So moved.
And it's fully grant funded. Properly moved and supported. Any discussion? All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes have it, motion carries. Resolution 24704, approval of an MOU between Genesee County's Community Action Resource Department and Genesee County's Health Department to provide for the employment of 1 part-time clerical assistant for Genesee County's Healthy Start initiative.
So moved.
Support.
Properly moved and supported. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes have it, motion carries. Resolution 24705, approval of an agreement between Genesee County and Go Beyond Well Family System in an amount not to exceed $19,550 to provide data hosting and management for Genesee County's Healthy Start initiative. The term of this agreement is August 1st, 24 through July 31st, 25. The cost of this agreement will be paid from the following account.
Move it.
Fully grant funded. Properly moved and supported. Any discussion? All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Motion carries. Resolution 24715, approval. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, okay. Resolution 24709, approval of an agreement between Genesee County and Bendel Community Schools in an amount not to exceed $46,000 to provide WIC services. The term of this agreement is October 1, 23 through September 30th, 25. Properly moved and supported. Any discussion? All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Motion carries. Resolution 24715, approval of a grant award from the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services in the amount of $406,371 for the purpose of providing weatherization services to eligible Genesee County residents. The budget for this grant is attached and requires a $100,000 general fund allocation.
Move it.
Properly moved and supported. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes have it, motion carries. Resolution 24717, approval of request to increase a purchase order to Pelch Services in the amount of $1,100,000. I'm sorry, $1,100 for a revised purchase order total of $61,100 to allow for weatherization and home maintenance services. The cost of this increase will be paid from the following account.
Support.
Properly moved and supported. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Nay. Ayes have it, motion carries. Resolution 24718, approval of a request to increase a purchase order to Bedrock Builder in the amount of $1,220 for a revised purchase order total of $147,918 to allow for weatherization and home maintenance services. The cost of this increase will be paid from the following account.
So moved.
Properly moved and supported. Commissioner Lloyd.
Not a big deal, I support it, but just curious, You know, we have a resolution, it's such a minimal amount in the scheme of the overall contract, so what's the
Yep,
point?
your policy says that anything over $30,000 has to be approved by the board, and because this total is $147,000 with this revision, it still requires board approval.
Okay, understood, thank you.
Any further questions? Hearing none, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes have it, motion carries. There's no other business?
Mr. Chair, we do have
I'm
an
sorry.
add-on that
Yeah,
was
we do
passed
have
out.
an add-on.
G-Card requested, due to timing issues, that this resolution that was handed out to you before the meeting come today instead of waiting to August, and Pam is here and she can explain to you what it does.
Move.
Okay, Genesee County G-Card is requesting authorization to accept Health and Human Services grant amount in the amount of $14,791,831 to continue the operation of Genesee County Head Start and Early Head Start programs from July 1, 24 through June 30th, 25. And that is their request. What is your pleasure?
I moved.
Support.
Properly moved and supported. Any discussion? All right, hearing none, Pam, motion carries.
All in favor?
Oh, I'm sorry. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay? Ayes have it, motion carries. Thank you, Pam.
11:10.
Okay, if there's no other business before this committee, we stand adjourned.
Captain America.
Okay. We'll call this meeting to order of the Public Works. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Lloyd,
Present.
Commissioner Winfrey,
Here.
Commissioner Ellenberg,
Here.
Commissioner Brown,
Here.
Commissioner Avery,
Here.
Commissioner Shoemaker,
Present.
Commissioner Kuzma,
Here.
Commissioner Hill, Commissioner Davis.
Here.
I need approval of the minutes for June 5th, 2024. It's been moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Is there any public comment to the committee? Any public comment? Third time, any public comment? Seeing none, we'll move on. Any communications?
No communication.
Old business, new business, Resolution 2024-573, approval of a purchase order for Ecker Mechanical for the fiscal year ending 2024 in the amount not to exceed $20,000 to provide for various mechanical and plumbing needs for Genesee County buildings. It's been moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Resolution 2024-654, approval of a purchase order to various vendors in the amount not to exceed $200,000 to provide for the purchase of candy for historic Crossroad Village Ghost and Goodies program. Been moved and supported. Any discussion? Commissioner Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a question. I think, is Patrick here? I was looking at the vendors for some of the goodies, and I wondered if there was a way we could address spending the money more locally.
So we go out for a request for quote every year for this, and local vendors are included in it. When we do it, we're asking for bulk prices. Last year, we, during our initial purchase, purchased over 1,750,000 pieces of candy for the program, so about 43,000 pieces for each one. The local vendors typically do not bid on it, or they bid on smaller quantities. So typically what we do is when we're running low in that, we'll be heading to Meijer, we'll be heading to Sam's, we'll be heading to VG's, we'll go to United Wholesale and get what we need from there. But for the large amounts, this candy comes on a semi-truck and we unload it and it goes into storage and that, so.
So it's a factor of bulk bidding?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, motion carried. Resolution 2024-5656, approval of a grant award from the Genesee County Focus Fund and the Genesee Chamber Foundation in the amount of $15,159 to provide for annual summer youth initiative program. The budget is from grants attached.
Move it.
Need a motion?
Support.
Okay, it's been moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing none?
I'm sorry, what department is this?
Parks.
What department is this for?
Parks.
Oh, okay.
Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Resolution 2024-657, approval of a grant award from the Community Foundation of Greater Flint Endowment Fund in the amount of $300,000 for the State Park and Downtown Flint Endowment Fund, and the budget is a grant attached.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Resolution 2024-658, approval of a grant award from the Community Foundation of Greater Flint in the amount of $11,952 to provide for the Four-Mile Nature Camp.
Support. I move it.
Been moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Resolution 2024-659, approval of an agreement between Genesee County and McMillan Associates in the amount not to exceed $94,400 to provide engineering and construction management services for the renovation of historic footbridge at the Genesee County Richfield County Park.
Move it.
Support.
Been moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Resolution 2024-660, approval of agreement between Genesee County and Rowe Professional Services in the amount not to exceed $41,500 to provide for engineering and construction management services for development of the university accessible launch for the Flint River at the confluence of Swartz Creek.
Move it.
Support.
Been moved and supported. Any questions? I have one question. There was a big discrepancy in the bids. There was 2 bids for this. And I mean, the one was like $100 and some thousand more than this. So is everything covered? I mean, was all the boxes checked in rows and theirs? How did it become, they just didn't want it? Or how did it become such a big bid for on the other side?
So as part of it, Wade Trim was looking at some additional services. Our department went through it. The Watershed Coalition also went through it as far as meeting the requirements, because this is the trust fund that we partnered with the Watershed Coalition on to do the launch. And we felt that, for the scope of services that was being asked, it fell in line with it.
So your belief is that they won't be coming back asking for more money?
No, and this is grant funded through the Watershed Coalition through Fish and Wildlife.
Okay, all right, I just seen that. All right, thank you very much. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Resolution 2024-662, approval of agreement between Genesee County and Well Bid Fund Incorporated in the amount not to exceed $61,995 to provide for the purchase of installation of playground equipment at River Park Green Space in the city of Flint.
I move it.
Support.
Been moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Resolution 2024-726, approval of an agreement between Genesee County and Otis Elevator Company in the amount not to exceed $656,500 to provide for the modernization of elevators at Genesee County Circuit Court Historic Side. The cost of this agreement will be paid by capital improvement
So
funds.
moved.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion?
Madam Chair, I will just mention this was part of the capital improvement plan that was adopted late last year. And this is one of the projects that you guys green-lighted to fund. We were able to get a really good price through the cooperative agreement that we've got with Otis, so.
All right, thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Just to piggyback on Mr. Freeman, I think this demonstrates the wisdom of our capital improvement plan and setting up a separate fund where we can put dollars into the county's infrastructure that we absolutely have to maintain. Thank you.
All right. Any other discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. For other business, I know that people have read and heard of the passing of Representative Tim Sneller. So if we could take a moment of silence right now, I would appreciate that. His funeral is set for Friday at 3 o'clock at 6:59. So if you could do that, please. Thank you. Seeing no other business, this meeting is adjourned at 11:20.
Okay, we'd like to call to order one last portion for our committee meetings. Let's have a roll call.
Commissioner Lloyd?
Present.
Commissioner Winfrey?
Here.
Commissioner Ellenberg?
Here.
Commissioner Brown? Here. Commissioner Avery?
Here.
Commissioner Shoemaker?
Present.
Commissioner Kuzma?
Here.
Commissioner Wayhill?
Here.
Commissioner Davis?
Here.
Okay. This time we offer opportunity for public comment, going once, twice, and public comments now closed. Mr. Freeman.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, this is a special meeting to enter into closed session to talk about negotiations for upcoming union contracts. Brian can read the relevant section, and then we'll need a motion.
Yes, the Open Meetings Act under specifically MCL 15.268 subsection 1 subsection C allows public bodies to go into closed session for strategy and negotiation sessions connected with the negotiation of a collective bargaining agreement if either party requests a closed hearing. It's my understanding somebody on the county's end has requested this closed session, so we'll need a roll call vote, and this only requires a majority, so we only need 5 votes.
Mr. Chair, can I make a motion, before we get to that motion, make a motion to postpone all the reports of the standing committees to our upcoming county commission meeting? Because I know we have it listed on the agenda, so I just want to make sure we.
Okay, well,
take action. So just a motion to postpone reports of standing committees to our meeting next week.
I'll second that.
Okay. All right, any questions or discussions on that? Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right.
Mr. Chair, I move we enter into executive session.
Support.
Any questions or discussions? All right, roll call, please.
Commissioner Lloyd,
Yes.
Commissioner Winfrey,
Yes.
Commissioner Ellenberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Avery,
Yes.
Commissioner Shoemaker, Commissioner Kuzno,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitehill,
Yes.
Commissioner Davis.
Yes.
9-0.
Okay, we're now going to closed session.
back up at 12:51. And at 12:51, this meeting is adjourned.
It's cold in here.
Well,